guys. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here today. Today we're going to be talking about trauma-informed yoga in clinical settings, individual trauma versus collective trauma. And so this is a really great example of a style class that I would have done in eating recovery. This is pretty much what we did in terms of asana for that population. So I'm going to start off just like I did yesterday, sort of modeling how I would get started with this group of individuals, and then we'll get right into practice. We'll do a pranayama practice at the end, we'll take a break, we'll come back, and we'll start lecture. So, welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Michelle Lima, and today we're going to be practicing a trauma-informed yin class. I will invite you to grab a blanket, perhaps a bolster, if that would support your practice today. Throughout the practice, I'm going to be offering suggestions for poses. If at any time you feel the need to come out of a particular posture, please listen to your body. You can always come out of a posture and move into a seat or child's pose. The practice will be approximately 60 minutes. And at the end of practice, we will move into Shavasana, a time for integration. And during Shavasana, you can sit up or lay down, whatever makes you feel comfortable. Eyes can be open or closed. Really listen to your body and do what fits your practice today. We're going to get started today in a child's pose with a prop. And I've asked everyone to grab a blanket. So we'll take our blanket and we're going to fold our blanket into sort of like a half of a bolster, right? So I've got my blanket here, and I'm going to come into child's pose, and you can either bring your big toes together to touch and bring your knees wide, or if you prefer, if you have any low back sensitivity, you can bring your knees together so that your thighs really support your lumbar spine. So whatever feels right for you today, we're going to go in and take that. And again, if anyone needs anything throughout practice, feel free to raise a hand or pop something into the chat. I'll be checking that periodically as well. I'm going to offer some gentle music today. And so if that becomes too much for you at any time, just send a note in the chat. And Tara is helping to facilitate class today, and she'll let me know to turn it down or change the music. Alrighty guys, coming into child's pose. We are practicing yin for 60 minutes. Getting into your child's pose, the arms can be out in front of you. Let the forehead come down to the blanket that's been folded. And then just let the hips sink back towards the heels. And bring your awareness to your breath. With every breath, imagine that the breath is coming in and out like a wave. On your inhale, let the body fill up completely, and on your exhale, let the breath wash over your spine, anchoring your hips to your heels.
we begin our practice today, just noticing any thoughts, feelings, memories, or sensations that might be present in the body and welcoming them. Affirming that this is your time to find peace, grounding, to connect to your body and mind. Moving forward to a tabletop position, maybe the hands slightly in front of your blanket. We'll just take a few gentle rounds of cat-cow, the heart coming forward, the tail lifting. And then as you exhale, round, press back to child's pose. Nice fluid movement with the breath, inhaling heart forward, tail lifts. And exhale, round the back, hips to heels. Inhaling, come forward. Exhaling, push back. Inhaling, come forward. And exhale, push back. This time we're going to stay back. And then with the elbows on the blanket, the forehead, the third eye resting on the blanket, bring the hands together and prayer behind the head. Maybe walk the elbows forward, stretching through the back of the arms. Breathe into the front of the body. Really expand the front of the body underneath the arms with every inhalation. And with every exhalation, direct the breath down the back all the way to the tailbone. And as you do this, feel a sense of grounding, feel a sense of connection to the earth. As you're ready, extend the arms out long in front of you.
Come forward onto your hands and knees and slide the blanket out to the side. And we're going to come onto the belly, all the way down. And bring the tops of the feet to the ground, pressing into the tops of the feet for an active engagement in the legs, protecting the low back. Slide the hands back towards the lower ribs, and then roll the shoulders back onto the back of your body. Now press into the tops of the feet, lift from the thoracic spine. So imagine that the thoracic muscles are coming together into this beautiful engagement on the back body. Broaden the collarbones. Keep lifting for another breath. And then exhale, release, bringing one hand on top of the other, resting the forehead on the top of the hands.
Let the legs be relaxed. Just take a moment here.
We'll come up for that cobra one more time, sliding the hands back, rolling the shoulders back, pressing into the tops of the feet. Lift the heart with the back muscles. The hands could even hover. And lowering down, opposite hand on top.
Let the third eye rest at the top of the hand. Notice the beating of the heart. Bring your awareness to your breath and allow the breath to regulate your heart rate. Allow the exhales to be slightly longer than the inhales. With every inhalation, really feel the body expand. And with your exhalations, feel the body just release, let go.
Bringing the hands underneath the shoulders, come up to the hands and knees, and extend the right leg up and back to the back of the room. And then on your exhale, bring the right foot to the outside of the right hand for a dragon pose. Hands underneath the shoulders. You can let the right foot sort of roll out to the right. And just place your awareness where there is sensation in your body. And go through the body, noticing sensation, maybe in the shoulders, the neck, the upper back, all the way down the spine to the pelvis, the thighs, the knees, even the top of the foot, the side of the foot. Noticing all the sensation, and then can you notice the places where there is no sensation at all?
You have your blanket right here if you'd like to bring the blanket back onto the mat and come to the forearms. You can do that for yourself. Bringing the hands underneath the shoulders. We're going to bring the right foot across the mat for swan, walking the left leg back. Take a moment here in swan, coming up, arms supporting you. And we're going to practice a technique called orbiting. Take a breath in, imagine the breath coming in through the right nostril. Moving through the left, as if going through the lungs in a circle. Into the right lung, exchanging with the left, exhaling out. Feeling the breath move in a circle. Imagine even that the breath could come into the back of the body, moving through the lungs from right to left. And when you're ready, you can come down, bringing the forearms onto your blanket. Or maybe removing the blanket altogether. If sleeping swan is not in your practice today, you can come to your back, taking a reclined figure four. Find the left leg in with the right ankle crossed over the left thigh. Remembering to listen to your body today. Slowly bring your hands underneath you. Tuck your left toes and shift your weight back over the left knee and unwind the right leg. Extend it back behind you and feel the rebound of blood, lymph coming back into that right leg. Bring the right knee down to the ground. Press the hips back to the heels for child's pose. Moving forward into a tabletop position. Extend the left leg back behind you. Bringing the left foot to the outside of the left hand. Again, coming in for dragon, hands under shoulders. You can let the left foot roll out to its outer edge, just exploring sensation. Notice when there's a tendency to judge the sensation as good or bad. And rather, can you just simply note it as sensation without labeling it one way or the other? If you'd like to slide that blanket back underneath your forearms for a little bit of support so you can come down lower. Notice the parts of the body that are trying to hold in this position and invite them to relax. Like maybe the pinky finger can relax, right? Bring the hands up underneath the shoulders. Shift the weight back over the right knee and bring the left knee to the left wrist. For half, or sleeping swan, we're coming in, I guess, to proud swan first. And just like we did on the other side, bring your awareness to the breath moving in and out through the nose. And visualize the breath moving in a circular motion from left to right lung.
And when you're ready, coming down to sleeping swan. Again, if this is not working for you, you can always come to your back and take figure 4, bringing the left ankle over the right thigh, drawing the right leg into the chest. Bringing the hands underneath you when you're ready. Tuck the back toes and shift your weight back over the right knee. Unwind the left leg and extend the left leg long behind you. Just feeling the rebound of energy moving back into that left leg. Release the left knee to the ground.
Child's pose. This time with the arms back, palms facing the sky. If you'd like, you can grab your blanket, bringing your blanket closer in towards your knees. Bring your forehead down to your blanket, or the side of your cheek even, and let the blanket provide a little bit of support for your shoulders. Palms facing up next to the feet. Bringing the hands next to the knees and coming up to a seat on your shins. We'll swing the feet to the left and extend the legs long out in front of us. Now, if you have a bolster or a pillow or a cushion, now is a great time to use it. If you don't, you can just take your blanket and fold your blanket up and use that to support you. So we're going to come in for a supported forward fold, placing your support near your abdomen. Inhale, reach up, and exhale, fold forward. You can start with your head to one direction, right or left, or maybe just nose down.
Slowly come up. Roll the shoulders back onto the back body. If you have a bolster, we're going to place the bolster behind us. If you're using the blanket, we'll bring the blanket back to its chunky fold here, and we'll place it right at the base of the tailbone. So if you have a bolster in a blanket, that's the ideal thing, because then you can take your bolster and place it behind you, and you can use your blanket for grounded weight. So if you can do that, take the blanket at a shoulder stand fold, lay back into your supported heart opener, and place the blanket on the pelvis. Let the arms move to the right and the left. And if for any reason this doesn't feel comfortable to you, you can come up, placing the hands next to you into a slightly reclined Dandasana, seated staff. So either sitting up like this if this feels more supported and less open, or letting your whole back body come down onto the bolster or the blanket, opening up. You need to lock your shoulders onto your back or lift your hips and adjust yourself. You certainly can. Feel that rebound of energy from coming into this open configuration.
Bringing the palms next to the hips. Slowly roll up to a seat. And we'll bring the bolster underneath the knees or the blanket underneath the knees if you're working with a blanket. Hands next to the hips. Roll all the way back down. Taking a moment to adjust the body any way that you need. If you've got that extra blanket, you can place it on the pelvis. Letting the arms come to the right and the left. Maybe wrap the right shoulder onto your back body and then the left shoulder back.
more than welcome to stay here through Shavasana. But if you would like to take Shavasana in any other form, please adjust your positioning now. Slowly begin to deepen your breath. Bringing gentle movements to the fingers and the toes. You might stretch long or draw it tight. Taking all the time that you need to find your way to the right or the left side of your body. Just taking a moment here to feel yourself being supported by the earth. As you're ready, when you're ready, you can come to a seat. We're going to follow our asana practice today with a pranayama practice called Nadi Shodhana. It's alternate nostril breathing. And this variation that we'll be practicing today is called Chandra Nadi Shodhana. The Chandra is moon, and Nadi Shodhana is cleansing of the nadis. So we're moving through that lunar nadi. And the lunar nadi is the Ida, and it governs the calm, quiet, feminine energy in the body. So I'll invite you to bring your right palm so that it faces the ceiling. And then bring your index finger and middle finger in towards the center of your hand. And the ring finger and the pinky finger have a tendency to sort of go rogue. That's okay. They can look however they want to look. It's totally fine. Eventually, you might work towards getting them to hang out together. But if they don't, it's completely fine as it is. We're going to use the right thumb to close the right nostril and the ring finger pinky combination to close the left nostril. So when we do this, it's not a hard push on the nostril itself, but rather if you'll take your thumb to the tear duct right next to the eye and sort of trace it down until you feel the divot where the cartilage stops and the skin starts for your nostril, that's where your valve is. So when we close the valve, we just gently press in there. So we're not actually like closing the nostril itself. So we'll begin by taking a breath in through the nose. Closing the right valve, exhaling left. Inhaling left. Closing the left valve, open the right and exhale through right. Inhaling right. Closing the right, open the left and exhale. Inhaling left. Closing, open right, exhale. Inhale right. Closing right, open left and exhale. Inhale left. Closing left, open right, exhale. Inhale right. Closing right, open left, exhale. Inhale left. Close it, pause. Release and exhale. Inhale. And exhale. Just take a moment to feel the body as a radiant sensation. Noticing any thoughts, feelings, memories, and simply welcoming them. And as you're sitting here in a comfortable position, I'll invite you to open your senses to your surroundings. The sounds, colors, light. Open to the feeling of the environment around you. The touch of air on your skin. The sensations where your body touches the surface that's providing support. The feeling of your entire body, and the felt sense of simply being. I'm taking a moment today at the end of class to enjoy this moment of simply being. Not having to be somewhere. Let go of whatever you were previously thinking and just be. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Simply enjoy the easy feeling of just being. Merge with and lose your sense of separation from the feeling of being. Feel yourself not just in being, but completely absorbed as being. Consider when you are feeling and experiencing yourself as being, when you're just being, how would you describe your experience of where you're located in space? Where, for instance, is your innermost center and your outermost boundary when you are simply being? When you are just being, what's your experience of time? When you're just being, is there anything that you need to acquire that will make you any better or more perfect than you already are as being? When you're just being, is there anything that you need to understand that would make you any more connected than you already are as being? When you're just being, is there anything you need to do that by accomplishing it would make you any more complete than you are simply being? Take a few moments now to simply be without going into memory or thinking. Feel your wholeness of being spacious, timeless, perfect, connected, complete, just as you are. Bring the hands to the center of the heart. Acknowledging yourself for taking time to connect as simply being. Thank you for sharing your practice with me. Be well. Great job, guys. Really nice work. So we'll take a 10-minute break. So about 10:15, we'll meet back here, grab some water, grab some coffee, and see you in a sec.
All righty. Well, hello. Welcome, friends. So I hope everybody is back in the saddle. Happy Tuesday. All righty. So tell me, how was it? So does anybody have any questions about the poses I selected, the way that I taught, anything at all?
Michelle, I just wanted to say that I loved how you just allowed space and there wasn't a lot of talking in between. It was just, I noticed that it was just the right amount. I did have a question.
Sure.
Why don't you say namaste at the end?
I usually do. I don't personally have a problem with it, but I've gotten so many people both in the studio and online that are like, have a real problem with it. Okay. And again, we're going to talk a little bit about that. Like, what is cultural trauma, or not cultural trauma, collective trauma, right? So what is collective trauma? And I think right now, just with the state of the world, we're feeling a lot of collective trauma. When that happens, our material gets activated and then we project our BS onto other people. And then there's a lot of projection going on. And in just an effort to sort of hold a real super clean container, I have sort of stopped doing it as of late. I've just been like, be well, even in the new videos that I'm filming, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't believe in it. I mean, if I was doing my own class here and it was with yogis that I knew were like in practice, I wouldn't have any problem with it. But if I have like another reason why I've stopped doing it here, Jamie, is because a lot of the people that are coming into studio are brand spanking new to yoga. And they have all these perceptions and they are seeing me once and we're a new studio. And I just want it to be very, very projection free. Like I want them to feel good. I want them to get on their mat, but I don't want them to leave with any sort of residue of like, oh, that's not how it's supposed to be, or that's cultural appropriation or whatever. I don't believe it's cultural appropriation personally. But I do know, again, with all the collective trauma that we're experiencing right now, people feel very strongly about their cultural appropriation, like what's happening in their life or how they've experienced it personally in relationship to their culture. And so I think that heightens everybody's awareness. And then everybody is like, oh, I'm affected by the way my culture has been culturally appropriated. So I'm now going to project. You see what I'm saying? I'm now going to get on the bandwagon and be like, no, that's wrong. Namaste means the light in me sees the light in you. And I am a self-realized yogi. I know that I am a divine being in a human experience and that every other being is as well, all the way to the black widow spider, right? So I can say namaste to any being and feel like I am saying something that I practice, right? But at the same time, if I'm working with people that I don't necessarily know or in a trauma-informed setting, I would just pull back from it because their perception of what I'm saying is going to be based on their experiences. And if I know they've experienced trauma and I know how layered trauma can be, then, it's just one other way I can hold that container a little bit cleaner.
Okay. Thank you. And then I noticed you did a lot of hip openers.
Mm-hmm. So that was actually a brachial plexus and like gallbladder, like stomach, spleen sort of practice. And the reason I did, so we did a lot of brachial plexus stuff. So we're going to talk about that because of the vagus nerve and then the pharynx nerve specifically. So opening through the front of the body, opening through the chest, that was one of the goals of that practice. And then the other goal was sort of to counter it with that digestion. stimulating the digestion, working in the hips, working in those long lines of the body, the outer lines of the body, trying to, again, digest some of that ama, that psychological ama, that, you know, emotional ama that sort of stores in the body. We're going to talk a lot about that today, about how our upset or dis-ease sort of manifests from mental to physical in the body as ama. And so remember from Ayurveda, ama is undigested food, but it doesn't have to be physical food, right? It's any prana that's undigested. So it can be psychological, it can be that trauma. So my nervous system feels something and then it holds in a certain way. And that holding pattern is like perpetual, right? And every time that trauma gets reactivated and I react, right? Regardless if it's actually a mirror of the trauma or not, there's a reaction there. The body then responds by tensing in a way, right? And so trying to create space for moving that through the body and digesting that on like the multi levels. All right. Yeah. Cool. So just reading through the chat. Another thing that is important to note about the practice that we did today was that there was an intention of grounding. There was an intention of noticing the sensations in the body without judging them or polarizing them. So I cued around those sort of themes. I cued a lot more than I think I normally do. I normally am pretty like light on cueing. So it was definitely, I tried really hard to interweave those themes in without making them overwhelming. I had something else I wanted to say, but it slipped off. So any other questions? It might come back. Oh, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. So when we are wanting to work with healing trauma without a story, the body has to be very relaxed to be objective. So if I'm not relaxed, if I'm in a state of, you know, arousal, maybe not hyper arousal, but I'm like aware, I'm awake, I'm sort of like cautious of you, maybe even like in a social situation or like a studio situation or in a group therapy situation, right? And so I'm going to be a little bit on my guard. And remember, we talked yesterday about what were the things that you needed to feel safe in relationships when you were operating from a place of trauma. Some of you guys said, well, I needed to have like a mask, this mask of perfection, or I needed to look like I have it together, even though on the inside I didn't feel like I have it together, right? Well, in order to let that go so we can heal the trauma through somatic experiences like yoga and pranayama and mindfulness practices, we have to be relaxed because we can't be objective unless we're relaxed. Does that make sense? If I see a snake and I get hyper aroused, I'm going to react to that snake, right? I'm not going to stop to think, is that a garden snake? I'm just going to like take a shovel to it probably, right? But if I like can pull back, if I'm in a relaxed state of being, if I'm not being run by my sympathetic nervous system, then I can respond, right? So when we are working with people to heal trauma, that's what we're trying to get them is into this very relaxed and grounded state so they can access objectivity. Whew, glad I got that out. That was important. Any questions about that?
Michelle, I have a question. I just noticed sometimes like for when I teach yin or when I do yin myself, whenever we do a lot of hip openers, like especially in dragon pose, just like emotions of like you're grouchy or angry, I kind of grit my teeth. I'm like, like want to maybe hit the teacher. Not really, but you know, you just have a lot of that anger emotion sometimes comes up like with hip openers. And I've heard that from other teachers, whether it's projected or not. But for myself, like I definitely feel more tense in that hip opener pose. But is that something like, how would you kind of bring that up in a class, in a trauma-informed class, without maybe projecting, or just because I know with the meridian line sometimes too, it runs like that emotion.
Sure, yeah, and I mean, there is definitely some of that we're working with. I don't think it's just one area. I know that there's definitely like some theories out there that we hold, our emotional trauma in the hips, but I don't know if that's the only place we hold our emotional trauma. I think we hold our emotional trauma in the joints. And you guys have heard of me talking about Antonio Salza. Antonio Salza is one of my teachers for my yoga therapy training. He's an Italian psychotherapist. He's amazing. He's amazing. I can't say enough nice things about him. But he says that we hold emotions in all of the joints, and that each joint has specific emotions that it correlates with. And so if you're interested in learning more about that, I'd invite you to pick up Yoga for Grief Relief by Antonio Salza. And he goes through and he uses the joint freeing series to do some of that work. And he also does a lot of like vocalizing, and we're going to talk about giving voice to the trauma as well. But there's definitely some good information there. I think what I do is I start slow like we did today. And then tomorrow, like we might pretend that tomorrow I've been working with you guys for a month, right? And so I might say different things in the practice tomorrow, and the practice might be vinyasa and it might be a little different. The next day we might do yin and that might be a little different. And then I'm going to practice with you guys on Friday, like I'm working with you one-on-one, like to deal with specific trauma. So you'll get a taste of each one. But if this was like my first time around with them, I'm just laying the foundation. Notice the sensation, don't polarize it, right? Notice the sensation in your body. Notice all the sensation in your body. Don't polarize it. Now, where is there not sensation, right? We did that a little bit, right? And then sort of moving into, notice what thoughts, feelings, memories, emotions come up. And can you meet that? Can you meet that? If there is something coming up, what is its opposite? So again, really working with Pratipakshibhavana to give them the tools to neutralize some of the polarity around it. But essentially, what I'm also going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to teach them that whatever feeling is coming up that's making them like, so I feel anger and now I want to run, right? Or I feel anger and now I want to punch the teacher, right? Well, what's the opposite of that? What's the opposite of that? Like, oh, I'm going to sit with it. The opposite of running would be sitting with it, right? The opposite of punching the teacher would be like looking at the sensation as the teacher, maybe. Right? So how can we like redirect their awareness and attention? And it's like, what is that trying to tell me? I mean, we're actually going to talk today a lot about like using the opposite of whatever's coming up to help work through and to help the body actually finish out its nervous system response that might have been stifled. So that's one way I would work with it if I was doing like a group thing and I had a long time with them. When I was working in eating recovery, I was there like every week, several times a week. And when I worked at behavioral health, it was the same sort of thing. Cardiac's the same thing. So usually I have multiple days a week that I can work with them. So after like a month, we can start progressing. But people typically rotate through IOP, intensive outpatient clinical care, usually like 8, maybe 12 weeks, maybe less, maybe more, right? It just sort of depends on how they progress. But eventually, Charlotte, I would want to get that person to identify what is the underlying judgment that's coming up, right? Like when you get angry or frustrated in a hip opener, why? It has nothing to do with the teacher. Why? Right? Is it like, do you feel disconnected in some way? Do you feel like, I don't know, like why? I guess that's a question. Charlotte, do you know why?
Oh, you're asking me specifically.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And it's a weird thing, like every once in a while, and especially like I was doing a bit of winged overstepping dragon, like for myself.
Sure.
And I was just like, all of a sudden I could tell, right? Like my shoulders kind of tensed and I started to grip my teeth. And then I did notice, like, all of a sudden I went back to listening to you because after noticing the sensation, went back to listening. And then I was like, ooh, take to where there's no sensation. So I went to like my back foot that was resting on the mat, and my toes, like just so I'm taking it away from the intense sensation and ungrit my teeth, kind of move my shoulders back down and just kind of bring myself. So I guess I was bringing myself to the opposite. Like instead of like, I was sort of like, and relax, take it away.
Yeah.
So the word that I can never say, that blah, 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 bottom or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you, Charlotte, for sharing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that
so much.
what I would say to anybody, and I say this a lot in teaching, whether it's vinyasa or yin or whatever, notice what comes up for you when you are experiencing intense sensation. What is it? Why? Why is it? So yeah, that's a really good question to sit with. So what I did at the end was a part of Richard Miller's I Rest for PTSD book. It was the messenger meditation. And the reason that I brought it in is because I got everybody into a super relaxed state with that Nadi Shodhana, right? Like everybody felt real chill, right? And so we could come into that messenger, just sense of just being, right? Present as we are. And then everybody could access it, right? If I had done that right after yin, some people wouldn't have been able to access it because they still would have been like polarized from the practice. Yeah. So bringing that calming, soothing Chandra Nadi Shodhana in definitely helped prepare us to receive through objectivity what I had pulled from Richard's I Rest. And ultimately, that's what we're looking for. We're always looking for those 5 messengers. Have I judged myself as less than, lacking in some way, disconnected, incomplete, bound by time? We're constantly those are the judgments. And I say sometimes another one I throw in there, and especially for trauma, is I haven't been heard.
Will you say those again, Michelle?
Yes. Less than, lacking or flawed, disconnected, incomplete, bound by time, unheard.
And Michelle, you also have a couple of hands up.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Darlene. You want to just call on them, Tara?
Yes, Tracy.
Good morning. I forgot I had my hand up. I just had a comment about the practice that we did, and I do not like yin, so I'm just gonna put that out there. But I really loved this one. This is the one that is like, okay, I can get on with yin. So I'm not really sure what it was about it that made me maybe have a little bit more respect for yin. So maybe you could try and give me some insight on that.
Yeah, I made it really soft. Just by even bringing the blanket in, like right at the very beginning to like rest the forehead on, like I made it like feel, did you guys pick up on that? Like it felt soft. So I think it might have been an energetic quality that I brought to it
that made it feel a little bit safer or more supported. I also offered a ton of optional things like modifications that you don't normally get in yin. Like most of the time it's like, here's sleeping swan, now deal with it. And I was like, or you can roll to your back and take figure 4. So, really trying to meet people where they're at.
That might be part of it because I'm definitely a restorative person. Love it. I could do it every day, all day. And so maybe that's what it was. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it.
Next one is Anita.
Anita.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I noticed in today's practice, it was my left side, how we were in the other group last time, and how you were able to tell that my knee or something was off. So I really felt that today, especially in pigeon, but I typically enjoy yin quite a bit. So how or what would you suggest for my left side, because it did not take too well to stretching a lot today?
Sure. So what were you feeling, Anita?
I was feeling a pull
In the
on my
hip?
knee.
On your knee. Towards the shin or towards your thigh?
Towards I wouldn't even say towards anything, just like my knee itself, or just whatever the muscles were. I don't know how to explain it.
Inside of the knee or outside of the knee?
Inside.
Inside of the knee. Okay. So, and were you trying to parallel your shin to the top of the mat?
Yes.
Let that go.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Your knee is a closed joint. So once you, I'm just going to talk about this for a quick second. So when I'm like this and I'm at a 90-degree angle, everybody can see my knee right here, 90-degree angle, sort of, right? I have a little bit more wiggle to my knee, right? This is sort of like running, yeah? I run and I can sort of slip that kneecap around a little bit more than I can. If it's like this, it's locked, right? Yeah. So when we try to do pigeon like this towards the top of the mat, see, I can twerk my knee and it can start to pull on the kneecap, either, from the shin or from the thigh. But if I'm tight like this and closed, I can't do that. So I always tell people, it's a misunderstanding. We don't need to get our shin parallel to the top of the mat. If you can and you have no sensation in the knee, awesome. If you have sensation in the knee, make it close that joint so that there's no movement.
Okay. That helps.
But also you can back off too, Anita. Like, so remember I took us to pigeon on the other side and I said, and if this isn't serving you, right? Well, sometimes it serves on one side and not the other. You can always flip to the back. What's probably happening, maybe, is you might have like a tightness in the IT band that's pulling and then you're feeling it on that inside. Or it might be the ACL. There might be, there's a whole slew of things that it could be, but always listen to your knees.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then final hand is Ginny.
Ginny.
Hi, I have 2 questions. So the first is, you said that this was just laying the foundation as if the student was new studying with you as far as in trauma informed. Would you only do yin with that student, or would you also move more into hatha and vinyasa?
Oh yeah, we could do anything, but I think the first couple of times that I teach in a group, like clinical setting, it's like all of the tools, right? So like maybe for the first 5 to 6 times, it's like, notice when you feel sensation. Notice if there's a tendency to polarize it. right? Notice where you feel sensation in the body. Now, can you find a place in the body where you don't feel any sensation, right? Or stuff like that. Or like bring your awareness to your breath. I did that today when we were on our bellies, right? After we did those back bends, those belly down back bends. I said, notice your heart rate. Those belly down back bends will really they'll take your heart rate up a little bit. So I was basically teaching people to use their breath to self-regulate, right? So I would do that for like the first week or two in every class that I taught. I'm going to teach the same types of stuff. And then the next week, well, then we start going a little bit deeper and we start talking about any thoughts, feelings, memories, sensations. Maybe we bring a little bit of like those messenger qualities in, maybe even, again, I'm not an IREST teacher, but I integrate a lot of IREST into therapeutic applications of yoga. And so that would be a place where you could say, notice any limiting beliefs that might be coming up right now, and when you take them to be true, where do you feel them in the body? We're going to talk about that today. So when I judge myself as bad or wrong, where do I feel that in the body? Right? And then how does the body react to it? Now, can I go to a place where I don't have that judgment? What's the opposite of that judgment? That I'm whole and complete, perfect, just as I am, right? And so then playing with those two.
My other question was, does ocular movement and physical body twitching commonly occur in practices like these? And do they indicate somatically held material or specifically trauma or fight, flight, freeze? Just like when there's twitching in yoga nidra, is that, is it similar?
Well, so my theory around this was that it was like somatic release, but Richard says that it's moving from like a waking state into a theta state too quickly. So, I'm not sure that I have a great answer for that question. I know that I have experienced, like I've been on the mat in yoga therapy and I've experienced what I've considered somatic release, and then it was like an emotional weight had been lifted off of me, but I didn't really know why or how. So I do feel like there's some correlation, but a lot of what we're going to talk about today, specifically around like Peter Levine's theories and somatic therapies and stuff like that, we know that the body holds trauma, but we don't know the mechanism by which the nervous system holds it. Right? So my theory on this is that it's basically unconscious perception. So the body regulates it, right? So it like basically sees a threat or perceives a threat. Nobody has to be in the room, right? We'll probably talk about polyvagal theory as well, but like nobody has to be in the room for me to have a hyper-aroused state. Like I can have a panic attack for no reason at all. That's a result of, traumatic experiences that I've had. Like it could be, the time of year, or it could be a certain, weather outside, or, somebody could say something in the other room and I all of a sudden feel this perceived threat, right? On an unconscious level. And then my body sends a message to the physical somatic tissues, and the physical somatic tissues contract. And they contract in different places, and it's a protection mechanism, right? So the idea is that they get held in those patterns and those reactive patterns. And what we're trying to do is get the body to relax enough that it can have that activation and complete whatever cycle it needs to complete, right? So if tears come, let tears come. If the body jerks, let the body jerk. If there is a vulnerability, let the vulnerability be there, right? Because the tendency in trauma is to, vulnerability is here, I've got to hide, right? Or, anger's here, I've got to suppress it in some way. But we have to let it go through the motions, or we're not going to get the body to release it. That's a big part of Antonio Salza's yoga for grief therapy, and that's why there's so much vocalization in it, because we're told to move on, like from grief. Grief is another form of trauma, right? You know, if you lose someone you love, if you go through this traumatic event. Now, if you're with them as they're transitioning or as they're leaving, you know, in the case of a divorce or in the case of a death that's prolonged from, you know, like age or illness, right? You are experiencing trauma all the time. It becomes compound trauma, right? And you can't really vocalize it and you can't really talk about it. So what do you do with that? And Antonio Salza says you go out and you beat the heck out of the earth and scream at it. And that's how you get rid of it. And so I think that for some things, yeah, if we suppress it so much and we don't give it voice, at some point we have to give it voice, you know, for the cycle to go.
Okay, if you had a student though that was experiencing this, would you just tell them to develop that meditative, non-judgmental mindset about it and, you know,
So,
let it come?
when you say this, can you give me if I had a student that was dealing with, give me an example.
Oh, sorry, if they were experiencing somatic release, like in practice, or twitching.
Yeah, I would say notice what comes up around it. Notice, is there, I mean, be real honest with yourself. So yes, you want to develop that honest part, you know, that not honest, but that objective, non-attached, you know, awareness, right? And then it's like, oh, when that happens, you know, I feel vulnerable. That's what came up for me. Or like, I don't know, whatever comes up for you, Jenny, like whatever's coming up for you, I would welcome it, right? Like, oh, vulnerability. Well, hello there. What do you want to say to me right now? You know, I mean, maybe you just notice it without because when you see it, and so I'm asking, this is personal, because you're experiencing this, yes? No?
The twitching, yes, but not so much I want, you know, like I'm uncomfortable with it necessarily.
So what comes up for you when there's like a twitching happening? What was the first time it happened? What was the reaction?
Well, the first time it happened, as far as for me at all, was yoga nidra, and I kind of like jerked up, like I kind of like woke myself up a little bit. Just now it was just like, did I do that or did my body did that? Oh, my body did that.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think at the bottom line is it's all a nervous system response to something, right? And so if there's no judgment around it, I wouldn't worry about it. That happens all the time. You know, we have those, you know, we're going to sleep, right? And you feel like you're falling out of a tree or you feel like you're falling off a mountain or something, right? That's a pretty common human experience, and it's the nervous system just going, meh. My husband says it's our karmic, it's our, what does he say? It's our epigenetic connection to when we were living in trees, is what my husband says. Maybe that is it. Sounds good to me, right?
Michelle,
Yes.
I'm wondering, I had a like my other 200-hour teacher, she had said, she has a book, but anyways, I was reading in the book about jerks and different things when we're meditating. And I'm assuming yoga nidra might be similar. I'm just wondering what your take on it is. And her guru teacher had told her that maybe it was energetic blockages too, as well, that sometimes that you're cleansing through those energetic blockages, like during pranayama or meditation, or when you have the jerking or different things like that happening. And I was just curious about your take on it.
I mean, I think that's the way I used to teach it, but I think for me now, the bottom line is we don't really know. Like, we do know that when we're moving from a beta state of awareness, like a waking state of awareness, to theta, if we move too quickly, then yeah, we have jerking. We know that happens because we can see it on like brain scans and stuff like that. We can see it happening in the physical body when it goes too quickly. But I mean, if you're like doing pranayama, I've seen some people have some really interesting reactions, not even to pranayama, just to like laying in shavasana. So who knows? Who knows what it is? You know, it's like I really did used to teach it that it was energetic blockages, but there's so many different possible explanations. I think that I'm reluctant to say it is one thing or the other. I think it can be a lot of different things.
Thanks so much, Michelle. I just had to do a sidebar note. I'm just eating breakfast while we're doing this here. And going back to Ayurveda week, and I'm like, I dislike that you told me that I can't eat bananas with things, because I was like, oh, I forgot to eat a banana. And then I was like, oh, right, now I have to wait 2 hours. So anyways, totally off topic, but it was just funny that I had that thought with you right now.
I think that's great. Yep. Watch out for food combining. So, you know, I'm reading in the chat, and I'm noticing Michaela's conversation in here, like suggestions. And I think when I'm working with people with trauma, specifically, and I'm working with them in an effort to work through that trauma, it's a little bit different than working with like a general class, right? Somebody comes into a general class at my studio, I have no idea if they want to work through their trauma or not. You know what I'm saying? If I choose to teach a trauma-informed class, I am also going to hold a space where I give them options, sort of like what Michaela's talking about. Like, you know, if there's a thought that comes up, maybe you can just tell it, not now. If I'm working with people one-on-one or in a clinical setting, I don't do that, because the point is, like, when we are seeking clinical intervention, right? We're seeking clinical intervention for a reason, right? We want to work with our material. That's what we're doing. We're trying to work through it. And so continuing to like push it away or separate it from the individual's experience, I think perpetuates those samskaras that brought them into a clinical treatment facility in the first place. And so I will encourage people to allow it. I will encourage people to, like we did today, create practices that make them feel safe and grounded and connected to the earth, so that they have that foundational fortitude to go in and be with an uncomfortable situation. But again, these are two different settings. So it's like, what setting are we working in? Like if I'm in a public class, a gen ed class, not everybody's asking to dig into their trauma, right? So I don't necessarily want them to feel like they have to. But if I'm working with people who are actually in intensive outpatient, or they're working with me one-on-one because they want to work through this, then the foundational steps are, can you be with what is arising as it arises? It's a principle of mindfulness.
I see Michaela has her hand up.
Hey, Michaela.
Hi. Oh, goodness, sorry. Yeah, I was typing, but then I was like, let me use my voice. It's faster and easier. Thank you for that. And my intention was not to contradict what you were saying, but add another thought. Earlier in the chat, there was a question of individual versus group practice. Mm-hmm. And one of my teachers with resilience building talks about how if the body doesn't feel safe, it can be challenging and activating. And so if it is in more like what we were doing this morning, a group setting, and you're having something come up that is distracting or disturbing to you, she tells us that you can tell your body, not now, not ever, sure, but not now.
Sure.
But it's also super helpful to distinguish. Thank you for that distinction between a one-on-one clinical versus like a group setting. So my intention with that comment was not to contradict what you were saying.
Oh, sure. No, and I totally understand that. There are lots of different opinions on these things, right? And so I have my opinion on it, but it doesn't mean it's right? So I appreciate your opinion and offering that point of view, Michaela. I think that's valuable. And I think that it is definitely something that we can remind ourselves we don't have to spend 24 hours a day healing. It's not required, right? We can tell things to, hey, I'll see you later a little bit. So yeah, I appreciate that, Michaela. No worries. Any other thoughts, comments? I have a teacher that teaches for us here at the studio in Austin, and he says that. He says, you know, he'll be in meditation and he'll say, you know, if any thoughts come up that you don't want to, you can just tell them not today, not right now. Tara's laughing. She knows who I'm talking about. I love this teacher dearly. It activates me every single time. So, you know, we're all going to get activated from time to time, and that's okay. And like part of the work that we do as yogis on our mat and in our day-to-day lives is working with that and being okay with that sometimes things are going to come up, they're going to be activating. It's okay. It's just part of the experience, right? How can I use my practice to redirect myself? How can I come back to a grounded state of being where I don't feel reactive, I feel supported, and I can respond? So it's always a practice in that way. Any other thoughts, comments, questions before we move into slides?
I have a question, Michelle.
Hi.
So how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Amaze balls. So just to ask, like anytime you are activated, does that necessarily mean that there's deeper trauma in the unconscious that hasn't been revealed? Or is it just, could it be possible to just be activated by something that doesn't revel an unconscious trauma? I hope I'm making sense. Or
you are making sense, Ivory. And actually, you guys are psychically reading my mind, because this is where we're going today, is all about projection and activation. So, you know, yes, I do think, Ivory, that if you are reactive to something, there's some sort of karmic material there. Does it mean it's traumatic? Maybe not. Maybe you have a strong opinion about how people should be treated, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right? We find ourselves getting activated by things like that all the time. But 9 times out of 10, there's some material there. And when I say karmic material, there's some like reason. Does it relate to your cultural background? Does it relate to human rights? Does it relate to your values or your belief systems? If that's coming up for you, those types of things, I wouldn't say that that's related to trauma. I would say that's related to your character of being, right? Like your values and your perception of the way that the world should be, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And those, again, are those healthy things that we create when we're in like childhood and young adult life that keep us safe, right? You know, if my values are that everybody has an equal right to food, clothing, shelter, work, you know, connection and community, if those are my values, and then I get activated because somebody's treating somebody outside of those values, then that's normal. And I think that's valid, right? Now, what we have to do is we have to discern through our practice if we're getting activated because of our own like karmic material that's attached to these traumas or attached to, you know, our perception of reality that maybe is a little bit askew based on our life experiences, right? Or if we're reacting, or if we're feeling this way based on something that we're consciously aware of, right? So again, going back to the situation, you know, if I feel like people aren't being fed in the world, I get really upset because we have more food. In fact, during this whole COVID thing, food went bad. There was so much food that food went bad, but people still went hungry. What the heck is going on with that, right? So I am okay being upset about that, knowing that it's not because I wasn't fed as a child. That's because I believe from a values-based perspective that people deserve the right to access those primary needs. But then if I'm activated again, by Kyler saying, oh, let those thoughts just go by, tell them tomorrow. Well, you know why I'm activated by that? That's my material, because for so many years, I told myself, don't be angry. Don't be upset. Cut those emotions out. You don't need those emotions. And now I know that those emotions are part of the wholeness of my experience. And I've developed a practice where I can be with them, but it's created another kind of polarity for me. So that's actually, I'm not angry with when I get activated. And I think that's super important for us to talk about this. When we get activated, we're not angry at the other person. We may perceive that we're angry at the other person, but we're actually upset with something else internally inside our own inner landscape, And so it's like, oh, I've been activated by Kyler. I love Kyler. What Kyler does for him is fine for Kyler. But how it made me feel about my practice, all those years ago, or from, all of this time, maybe there's a part of me that has judged myself or my experience as incomplete or disconnected because I went so many years denying myself the right to be with those emotions. Does that make sense?
You make it so simple when it comes to putting those thoughts together like puzzle pieces, because it takes forever to break apart when it's us and it's when we're in our own head. So yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you too. And I think that I think that that's sort of one of the goals that maybe I should have come up with a better name than My Vinyasa Practice, but I guess the acronym's pretty good. But there's definitely something about what I teach that always brings us back to our inner material, right? And the way we are in relationships with others is indicative of whether or not we're doing our work. And it doesn't matter if we do our work or not. It really doesn't matter. But when we're talking about trauma, and I'm speaking from experience, when we're talking about trauma and we're living in that place of trauma brain, we will continue to have the same experiences in relationships over and over and over again until we are willing to sit with what it is that is activating us and putting us into these reactive states. And it happens unconsciously. So we really do have to pull back and use these tools to look at things objectively. And I really feel like it's so simple, but yoga and pranayama and these mindfulness practices are like the key to being able to see our own inner material without perpetuating the judgments we have on ourselves and others.
Totally agree. Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Thoughts, comments?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this conversation is so fascinating to me, first of all. So would it be fair for me to say what I'm hearing is that you're coming at this from like emotional standpoint? How do I ask this question better? So when you say the material, like what is the, nope, do it the other way, Michaela. So when I said you can tell your body not now, in my head, I'm seeing that as a body thing, like, oh, my body is reacting to this situation, which may be indicative of something, right? But in terms of my body, I can tell my body right here, right now, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And what I'm hearing is that for you come at it more as, okay, but what is the thing that is causing my body to do that? Am I correct? Like, what is the material? What is the emotion? What is the feeling?
Yes.
Okay. I see it. So what I've been taught is to come at it from the body. How is the body in this moment? And you're coming at it from, okay. I just had a moment of clarity.
Yeah, no, it's okay. And so I'm coming at it from an Ayurvedic yogic perspective that all dis-ease starts in the mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually exactly where we're going. And please, guys, understand, anytime I teach, my way is not the highway. I hope you guys know that by now. I appreciate everybody's thoughts and opinions. There are so many different ways to work with people with trauma. There are so many different methods that are used. I mean, so many, I couldn't even talk about all of them in 5 days. So this is just one method, and it's one method that I've been using, and I've had a lot of success with it, but it doesn't mean it's the only method, right? And it doesn't mean it's the only way. So I've found a lot of success because my theory on energetic blockages, my theory on what keeps us from living in our potential, is that we have these experiences with others in relationship. And based on our perception of what others are doing, and based on our perception of what we are doing in relation to others, we form judgments about ourselves. Does that make sense? And these judgments can be good, and these judgments can be bad, right? And when we judge ourselves as bad or wrong, less than, lacking, flawed, bound by time in some way, then we are further perpetuating the misunderstanding of separation, right? I am separate if I'm less than. I'm separate if I'm lacking. I'm separate if I am bound by time in some way. I will be gone when somebody else is here. That separates me in some way. And so all of these things create, then they actually transfer into 2 buckets, the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. And in the conscious mind, I process it through all of my behaviors. Like I act out or I act in, like, I guess, when I was really, actually Facebook, I hate Facebook. Facebook came up with me this morning and reminded me of a conversation I had with my youngest child that I wish I could take back. It was a conversation about like me dying and my parents. And it was, first of all, I don't believe that it was appropriate at the time for me to have that conversation, much less appropriate for me to post it on Facebook. But anyway, we live and we learn, right? And this whole, like cycle, that whole cycle of thinking, the cycle of thinking was perpetuating both my projection in my conscious awareness and unconscious projection that was coming through in the physical body. So the way I rounded my shoulders, the way I walked, the way I sat, the way I talked. I remember looking at videos of myself way back years, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, when we first started doing these videos and these online trainings. And I was like, I looked totally different because I had so much body armor from the mental turmoil that I was dealing with trying to grapple around the separation that I perceived I was in. Does that make sense? So I take it from a cognitive to emotional to unconscious, physical through the nervous system, and then conscious through physical and emotional and intellectual interactions with people in relationship. Any questions?
I have a comment, Michelle.
Yes.
I just want to say, you always say, like, I forgive myself for buying into that, whatever it is that we buy into, right? And we're telling ourselves. And that's been really helpful for me, just as an individual. So I just want to thank you for that, because that's a really great thing. Even just, I don't know, for me, I just think, if I start to get upset or activated, I kind of check myself. Okay, what's going on? And just how you've said it, I've heard you say that so many times that it kind of is ingrained in my brain as always going back to, that spot. So thank you so much.
Good. That is, it's no secret. That's what I think is the best thing about all of these programmings. And I learned it from University of Santa Monica. And when I wrote this program originally, I talked with their legal people and I was like, I want to teach this. I've got to teach this. Can I teach this? And they're like, sure, you can teach it. And it was so funny because They teach it in a different way. I don't like the way they teach it. They require that you take personal responsibility. And when you're dealing with trauma, you cannot tell a 5-year-old child to take personal responsibility for the trauma they've experienced, right? So I had to create a different method that was cleaner, that was less prone to activating like significant adolescent and childhood traumas. And so that's where I came up with the way that I do it. So it is a little different than the way they do it, but I think it's magic. I agree with you, Charlotte. I think it's the most magical thing in the world. And it makes so much sense because the ego doesn't want to be wrong. Which one of you has an ego that's like, I'll be wrong, I'll be the wrong one? Nobody. We all want to be right all the time, right? So if I tell my ego that, oh, you got it wrong, you're whole and complete just as you are. Oh, don't worry about that thing. It's not a big deal. My ego is going to be like, no, it is a big deal. I'm completely broken. Look at all these pieces on the floor. But if I can forgive myself for buying into the idea that something can break me, then that changes everything. So I agree. It's my favorite. Anita.
Well, I was gonna ask something else, but since you brought in ego, I would say, being someone who struggles with codependency, I often see myself backing off and like saying, oh yeah, like I'll just be the wrong one, or I'll just take the L, or in conversations where I don't necessarily feel heard or validated, my typical thing is I'm just going to cower so that way I can just fit in. So how do you work with someone in that instance where it's the opposite? I mean, there is the ego of, you're going to see me, but when it's the other spectrum, how does one navigate themselves in spaces safely?
Well, I think that goes back to the idea of playing small. So sometimes we judge ourselves as needing to be less than or small to be accepted. And when that comes up, I feel like that's an opportunity to develop healthy boundaries, right? Forgive yourself for buying into the idea that you are less than somebody else. Forgive yourself for buying into the idea that your opinion is less important than someone else's. I mean, there's a part of you that also has to practice that element of discernment, right? So discernment comes out of not attachment and not aversion, okay? So if I'm practicing through the kleshas, right? And so I see my ego, I see my ignorance, I see what I'm attracted to, I see what I'm averted to. And I know that my ego is afraid of impermanence, right? And now I want to feel small, because if I want to feel small, if I feel small, then this person will still like me. If I feel small, then this person will still invite me to dinner, right? Or will think I'm valuable, right? Because that's how I need to be, right? In order to be accepted in the world. Well, then I say, okay, well, let's work on forgiving yourself for buying into the idea that that's the way you need to be. Let's identify, what's really being asked of you here, right? And is it appropriate? Is it not appropriate, right? Not based on, like false perceptions of like attachment to worthiness, right? You can even ask yourself, do you buy into the idea that you're only worthy if that person approves of you? That was a big one for me. Oh, you mean to tell me that my self-worth isn't dependent on somebody else approving of me? You mean to tell me that I don't have to have somebody like me to be worthy? Oh, okay. I forgive myself for buying into the idea that somebody else's opinion of me impacts my wholeness, right? But then there's a healthy boundary that needs to be set. And then there's like, okay, I'm not going to buy into this anymore. I'm not going to buy into the idea that my family's opinion of me makes me worthy or not. And I'm still going to be in relationship with my family. So I'm going to express to them clearly and cleanly that I am not going to be made to feel inferior or less than, and that I will not allow them to use affection or love or resources to manipulate me into feeling less than. And that when I see that, I will acknowledge it. Right? So that's sort of what comes up for me around that, Anita. Did that help?
Yeah, that helped a lot, per usual.
Well, I'm dealing with a tiny terrorist at home that's doing the same sort of thing. And she's trying to manipulate me into giving her computer back after she's failed multiple classes and by withholding love. And I'm like, I'm setting a boundary here as your parental unit. I do not withhold love from you. And I do not appreciate it when you withhold love from me, just because I'm not giving you what you want. So it's a similar play here, right? If you don't play small, they don't give you attention or connection or whatever. Well, that's not cool, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we have Alyssa.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you. I'll be brief. How everyone sounds like we're all doing well today, I hope. And I think this workshop always helps to give us exactly what we need, right? I appreciate your method. I appreciate you very much in a lot of different areas and categories. And I think primarily I connect with you as an educator, kind of, I appreciate the way you put these things together, the thought that goes into it, what arises in advance, and then essentially just putting the truth out there that I think when we understand that there isn't a separateness, then we understand that we're all connected. And when we understand that we're all connected, we understand that we're critical and important because we play an individual part in that larger whole. And I think for me as an educator, it clicks when I realize every single thing has to be individualized, and the knowledge generally comes from our background, but it also creates that softness, that ability to be what is needed to be to allow that individual to experience that stepping stone and then transfer that independence so that they can truly grow and cultivate all that's needed in their own life. And I continue to believe every day, because I think I may have accidentally started on this work at about 3 years old, just kind of stumbled upon it and have been, I guess, a little bit addicted to it. But I try to think of that in a positive way. But that doesn't even, I don't know what that means. So let's scratch that, apologies. But anyway, I think that this is so grounded, so critical. And yes, this is how we heal the world. And I think that, yoga, things that were again known as ancient, even though I believe the word ancient to be the description of the future and our technology left behind, I think yoga expresses everything that, say, like Dr. Joe Dispenza's work points out. When we connect is when we reconnect these neural pathways, when we're really focused on the feeling of what we're also doing, as well as the physical part of it, and all of the interlaying and overlaying that spark all these synapses to really refire together and either create new paths, or I do believe that we can go in and massage these supposed scarred areas that we've developed from trauma and really manipulate them in a positive way to feel a positive sensation and either reconnect or build around. And in working with traumatized animals and individuals and children, it comes to us. We have to do it in that moment. It's always individual, it's always special. And I think that's what you're doing for everyone here and giving us the tools to do in the future with ourselves and with others. And yes, this is how we change the world. So thank you, and continue to thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. Well, let's get into some of the material that we're going to look at today. Why this is doing this. Hold on. All the little tabs open here. Alrighty. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. So this was the practice that we performed today. everything except for the swan. The sleeping swan is not in here, but it would go like right in between these two. And I really liked the practice today. I specifically loved the blanket. I think that it softened things. I think it was very intentional to use it the way we did. And again, when we're working with trauma-informed yoga, asana, pranayama, we want to be very intentional. You'll also see there's a ton of forward folds and there's brachial work here. So the brachial plexus is being stimulated. The brachial plexus makes up the throat chakra. And so that's sort of where we're going to go the rest of the day, is talking about, you know, like some of the ways that the vagus nerve integrates into the subtle bodies and how asana helps to bring openness and spaciousness to that part of the body. This is, Nadi showed an example. And then again, the elements of practice: introduce, explain, poll, facilitate. So introduce yourself, welcome students, name the class, explain the length of the class and the style, options for rest, shavasana, and closing. So we talked about all of those things. Poll students if there are any injuries or special considerations. I didn't do that, but I did say if you had anything that you needed to check in with me about, that you could write it in the chat, that Tara would help me to sort of navigate and facilitate through chat. So facilitating class through explicit instructions, demonstration, and reassurance. One thing that we kept coming back to is just noticing the sensations in the body without judging them. So collective trauma: when we work with individuals in clinical settings, we are dealing with both individual and collective trauma. Individual trauma is internalized, whereas collective trauma is projected. So collective trauma in clinical settings can cause discourse among clients. When working in these settings, we want to give cues that explicitly describe the purpose of the practices. And the reason we want to do that is we want to give these clients, these patients, tools, so when they get activated, they've got something to go back to, right? Because what happens when we get into clinical settings, especially like intensive outpatient or rehab settings, people's material starts activating each other. So one person's trauma is going to activate somebody else's trauma, and there's going to be some sort of like dis-ease. And if we're not careful about holding that container, then we run the risk of re-injury and all of these other things that can come along with it. That's an important reason why we don't share stories in clinical settings, in group settings. We try to hold a container where that isn't happening. Now, if somebody starts to talk about their experience, if they're sharing, you know, like checking in, talking about how they feel that day, and they start to talk about their experience, we don't stop them. And we don't, you know, tell them not to do it. We thank them for sharing. We tell them we appreciate them, and we redirect the conversation. So it's important not to tell somebody who's sharing in a group, like clinical setting, oh, don't share that, or that's too much, or that's activating, because we don't want to re-injure them, especially if at some point they were told to be quiet, or to be small, or that they were less than, etc. But we do want to try to contain it. So it's this delicate balance of hearing people, listening to people, letting people have a chance to communicate, but not feeding into it, right? When we feed into it, we ask questions, we start going into our own agenda. It then is more about like a communal conversation than it is a therapeutic conversation. And we want to try to maintain a therapeutic conversation. So as Dr. Levine mentions, trauma is stored in the body. In order to clear the energetic blockages, we have to first identify the underlying judgment that gives ourselves, and then give ourselves the opportunity to complete the cycle. So, for example, say you experience trauma and we're not allowed to discuss it. Perhaps the person you were trying to talk to wouldn't listen, or maybe they're not around anymore. Maybe they've passed, or maybe they're unavailable for some reason. Where in your body does the feeling of not being heard or feeling disconnected or incomplete live? Where in your body does it live? And what happens to your physical body when you recall that feeling of being silenced or not being able to communicate? So this is sort of going back to what we were talking about earlier, this example of, okay, when I feel this way, where do I feel it in my body? And then how does my body grip and hold, creating this sort of armor around that energetic blockage, right? So journal prompt, take a few moments to journal about an experience where you felt less than whole, incomplete, lacking or flawed, disconnected or bound by time that was directly related to a traumatic event. And remember yesterday we could say, yesterday we talked about trauma can be anything. It can be, I got left at school and my mom forgot to pick me up. That's traumatic. It might not have caused any lasting, post-traumatic stress or anything like that, but it still was traumatic, right? So think about an event where you felt, one of these messengers arriving, and note specifically where you felt it in your body and how your body reacted. Alrighty. All right, so we're going to break out into breakout sessions and discuss our journaling prompt. So I will ask you guys just to be respectful of other people in your group and recognize that, if something comes up, just acknowledge the person. It's in this container, in this place. I trust that everyone is awake and aware of their self and the way that they feel when and if something is activating for them. And I just ask that we remain objective. So I'm going to be popping into different rooms. If I pop in and leave before you finish, I'm just trying to get to everybody before we break for lunch. So we're going to be discussing the journal prompt. Discussing journal prompt. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty, guys. And I'll pull you guys out at 12. Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting ready to bring everybody back in. Awesome, guys. So everybody's just coming back in right now. And I am pulling something up for you guys. Specifically, I want to get this so we see the phrenic nerve. Hold on.
Michaela, we're gonna have to continue later because that was good.
Sorry, guys. Pulled you out. Too quick, too quick. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Okay, so I hope that that was a positive experience for you guys. Looking for something I want to show you guys just, yes, so that we can take a look at this before we break for lunch. That's not going to be good enough, I don't think. Maybe this will. Okay, so I'm going to share a picture with you guys and sort of talk a little bit about why we did what we did and hopefully how it relates to what you guys were just talking about. So we were talking about, we have this upset where one of the messengers arrives, right? And how then do we feel that in the body, and then how do we hold it in the body? And some of the rooms I popped into, we were talking about, oh, well, you know, I feel all of these things as anger, right? And okay, yeah, so what's underneath the anger? It could be, you know, it could be vulnerability, it could be embarrassment, it could be, you know, a whole host of things. But typically the body will then hold based on how it is responding to that experience. And so I wanted to share with you guys a picture of the brachial plexus. So the brachial plexus is the throat chakra, and it's in the shoulder and the cervical spine. So this picture maybe will give us what we want. Maybe, can I get it big? Hold on. And basically what I'm trying to show you guys is that, so in all of these nerves, the vagus nerve runs through this plexus. It's a part of this plexus. And there's also this nerve here called the phrenic nerve. And the phrenic nerve controls your heart rate. It controls your breathing. It has several autonomic functions. And so oftentimes what we will see is when people like have experiences, especially around upsets, traumatic upsets, then their nervous system gets into these loops, right? Where they will go to say something, for example, and they won't be able to speak because these nerves are getting involved. They're actually communicating to the nervous system that it's not safe for you to speak, or that it's not safe for you to do something. This is also like right in that same area where we protect ourselves. Leslie Kaminoff talks about protecting our soft bellies, right? That we're the only mammal that walks around on two legs with our soft bellies and all our underbits exposed, right? And so the idea is that when we feel some of these feelings and we internalize them the way that we internalize them through traumatic experience, then we sort of begin to create this body armor. And in the book, The Body Keeps the Score, we see that's all the book is really about, is about body armor and how the body holds depending on what the experience is. So before we break for lunch, does anybody have any questions, any thoughts, any comments? So essentially the reason that we did the practice that we did today was to make space in the brachial plexus, right? To open up through the front of the body, to re-pattern some of those patterns of rounding and closing, to provide some space for energetic flow through this part of the body and the subtle bodies.
This is remarkable. Sorry, I spoke out of turn, but
Oh, go for it.
so relevant to what we were discussing in our breakout group about the throat chakra and not feeling safe to speak sometimes, or being physically unable to speak after trauma.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I experienced it, the only time I've experienced this particular involvement with the pharynx nerve specifically is after the trauma that I experienced 5 years ago. And it was literally like I would go to talk and I would feel like there was just like a lump in my throat. It felt like it literally, or like a reverse hiccup is what I used to call it. Does that make sense, Joanna? You know what that feeling is? It's like you go to talk and you're like automatically, it's like a vacuum almost. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that as well as an actual loss of voice. We also discussed in ours.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So you can now see, now you're sort of seeing how the postures, the pranayama practice, creating that space where we could go into that meditation of simply being and recognize our wholeness, right? Our non-separate wholeness with when we're actually in that objective, calm, quiet, parasympathetic space, right? And then doing that work, even sharing in small groups, you know, hopefully exercising a little bit of that openness, right? And connecting to the ability, no, you do have a voice, you can speak, you can be heard, you are whole, complete, perfect, just as you are.
Michelle, can I just pop in really quick? I just got to say thank you so much. It's like you did magic. I don't know what you did, but the group I was in, we all had some sort of similar experiences and maybe even similar trauma. We didn't go into it, but the side effects that we had was so similar. I felt so comfortable to speak. It was amazing. It was beautiful. It was everything I needed today. I'm just so appreciative. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm so glad. All right, guys. Well, it's time for lunch, and I am excited. I'm going to let you guys go for an hour, and then we're going to come back. We're going to do restorative with sound healing after lunch. Okay. So I'm really excited about that. There's not going to be any yoga nidra, and then we'll go straight into some more of Dr. Levine's work, talk a little bit more about somatic experiencing, working in group settings, holding that safe container for group healing, okay? We'll see you after lunch, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. All right, guys. People are going to be starting to come back, so if you are ready, you can hear me, start to come back into the room. We're going to be practicing at the wall today, so if you want to unroll your mat near a wall so that you have access to that. And if you're just observing class today, that's completely fine as well. Whatever feels good for you. Yeah, Anita, there's going to be a big echo because I'm in the big studio. Is it like horrible? a share would be fine. Hey, Anita, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Thank you. I was like, why does her voice sound like a gong? What's going on?
Well, I am in the big room, so it might get a little bit, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's much easier with the mic for sure. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, sure. No problem. Alrighty, guys. Okay, so we're going to get started in a reclined tree position, laying on our back, head away from the wall, right knee bent to the right, left leg straight. Just coming to lay down flat. Let the right knee fall to the right. You can open the arms to the east and the west. Just allow the body to become very heavy.
Michelle, your echoing has started again.
Yeah, guys, it's the room I'm in. There's nothing I can do about it. Somebody's in the other room right now. So we're gonna just try to do our best here. So just let the right knee open out to the right, opening the arms to the right and the left. And then take a deep breath in through the nose. And as you exhale, just let the entire body melt onto the earth.
Soften the jaw, the face, the neck. Just notice any tension in the body, any holding or gripping, and invite it to release and relax.
Slowly begin to extend the right leg long. Place the left foot on the floor, knee bent, and then drop the left knee out to the left for a reclined tree on the second side.
Bringing gentle movements to the fingers and the palms. Stretching long or drawing in tight. And taking all the time that you need to come off the wall or off your prop and back to a seat. And just taking a moment to acknowledge yourself for coming onto your mat today, taking some time to rest. If you feel like it, you can bring your hands to the center of the heart. Just an act of gratitude. Thank you for sharing practice today. Be well. Alrighty, guys. Well, I acknowledge that we had some technical difficulty there, but why don't we all come back into the room, back into the space. If you need to get a glass of water, that's just fine. And we will start discussion about 5 after, so about 3 minutes. Michaela, I'm about to text you a couple pictures. Alrighty. 1, 5, 9, 5, 6. Alrighty, guys. Some guys, well, like I said, I know that we had some technical difficulties there. I think when I went to change the setting on the mic, I might have inadvertently turned the mic to mute. That's awesome. It's okay. I'm sure you all survived. It also could have been just quiet because it was restorative, but I have a feeling that it was muted on accident. So let's just check in. One more. ING. Alrighty, so how was that for everyone? What were your thoughts? What came up for you?
I put my question in the chat, Michelle, but I guess I can say it. But I was wondering, since we're having, since we had technical difficulties, what the difference between restorative and yin is. And
Well, with silent, restorative is silent. So were you able to still hear or see me, Anita?
I was.
Okay, some people weren't. It looks like in the chat, some people couldn't see anything. But so there were only 3 poses. So we did tree on the right, on the left, reclined, and then legs up the wall. So that's one of the differences, 20-minute holds versus like 6 to 10-minute holds. And there's no talking, like very little. I think I only said like maybe 3-4 additional cues outside of my initial get into the pose cues, and then it's silence.
Okay.
Yeah. Lots of people have issues with silence. I think that was another question, is when dealing with trauma-informed yoga, what do you do with the silence? Well, you know, I'm one of those teachers who I try to strike a balance between like giving people the place and the latitude to sort of explore and to feel into those experiences versus forcing people into those experiences. So for example, I've known of teachers, I've worked with teachers who really believe it's their job to bring people's stuff up. I don't believe that, but I have worked with teachers. And I actually believe it's not my job to bring stuff up. It's not my job to like antagonize students to like get their material going. But it is one part of my job is creating an environment where you can explore things that are uncomfortable in a safe container, right? So some people are going to love silence and some people are not going to like silence so much. How can I hold a container that's safe for both explorations? Okay, so David, I had a similar question. Appreciation, the absence of a ton of cues, but how much of the balance should we plan? Should there be fewer cues in trauma-informed settings versus traditional restorative classes? I think, David, I think that traditional restorative classes and trauma-informed classes are going to be about the same in terms of talking, pretty minimal talking. You know, I don't, what we don't want to do is try to fill the silence with words. Michaela.
Hello. So I have a question in regards to the silence, because I also found, I mean, for like the obvious reason, but also just in terms of being digital, it was challenging for me because as I've as you know, we've spent 8 months doing this, I find myself contending with service issues regularly. So for me, it was like that constant need to check in that my service hadn't gone out, or that like I was still in the practice. So I'm curious, I know that restorative uses silence, but would it be like antithetical or like out of place to have like a very soft music just so people know that they're still connected?
Yeah, I think that would be a great thing, Michaela. I thought about doing that, but I was in the big studio and it's so tall and big that like the echo is a real thing. Even when I'm teaching in there by myself, like if I'm teaching there, the music is what buffers the echo. So it's fine teaching in person, but it's really hard to navigate online. So I apologize for that. That was sort of, I had somebody filming in the small studio, but yeah, I think that a soft music would have been really appropriate. I don't know, when did you guys lose me?
The last thing I heard was when Anita said, "Can you bring the mic like?"
Okay.
So I just watched and moved with you.
Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. Well, I just all of a sudden I started seeing all these little bings in the chat. So I like go over there, I like crawl over, and I'm like, what? They can't hear me. Of course, it was like 3.5 quarters of the way done. I'm like, oh, so anyway, but it happened. It is what it is. I agree with Michaela though. A soft little music would have been nice to just keep everybody like, oh yeah, we're still here, we're connected.
But I actually didn't know I had lost you. Like, I just thought I was taking a restore. I didn't figure it out for about 30 minutes. I was like, I should be transitioning out of this posture, I think. So there you go.
So yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I asked in the chat, and I think someone else did too. For those of us who have like a little junk in the trunk, modifications for lying flat on your back.
Sure. So I would say, so what was uncomfortable about it for you?
I felt it in my lower back.
Low back. So what I would say, there's 2 modifications. One, I would have a blanket roll underneath your straight leg. Okay. And then I would have had a blanket or a block next to your bent knee.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
To support, because if you bring a little bit of bend to that knee that's extended, you'll release the low back there. And then if you support the leg that is an external rotation, you'll take a little bit of the intensity out of that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Michaela, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to do a lot of countering for that, Michaela. So yeah, so silence in restorative, Anita, yes, verbal silence, but typically like even with music, it would be like crickets or like a babbling brook. Very, very, very natural, non-obtrusive sounds.
Sorry, Michelle, can I ask the modification you gave for junk in the trunk, when you say a blanket under the leg that is extended, do you mean, are you saying like thigh or more calf?
It could be knee or up or low thigh would be what I would think.
Oh, like a lower bolster kind of situation?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you said under the knee that is bent, correct?
Yeah. So if I'm doing it like right here, Michaela, and this is what's happening, I would put something right here.
Oh, okay.
So that, because otherwise, and I have ranged in size in my lifetime. There's been quite a spectrum actually.
And so what tends to happen if we have, if we are working with just different proportions, then that opening can be more intense, right? Because there's more pull on all of those soft tissues. And so putting something underneath that knee almost to wedge it up to prevent it from opening too much is what comes up for me.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll have to try it. Because for me, I'm like super solid with the external rotation. It's just the low back discomfort from being supine.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious about the blanket under the leg that's straight. I'll definitely play with that.
Yeah, play with that and see if that helps. And yeah, the other thing you can do is you can do it in a reclined or in an angled position, Michaela. So I typically avoid that with trauma informed, and I'll tell you why. Every time that I do restorative, and I teach restorative like in person, when I have people on like an incline, does everybody know what I'm talking about for restorative? You know, you've got 2 blocks underneath, you've got a bolster, so you're at an incline. For whatever reason, and it's very strange, but for whatever reason, I get the feedback almost every single time I do it, that it's vulnerable, that it feels vulnerable. Have you guys gotten that feedback as teachers? And I think especially because a lot of times when you're doing those, the incline, recline, sort of supported restorative things, a lot of times you're doing like Baddha Konasana, Supta Baddha Konasana, right? The knees out wide. And so I think there's something to do with that and vulnerability and being open, but not being fully like reclined. Doing restorative after lunch is really great, but it limits you in some of the postures that you can use because you don't want to do things on the left side. You don't want to do things that are like inversions when people have just eaten lunch. So it sort of limits you to only a few types of restorative postures.
I will sometimes cue like people to put a blanket over them.
Mm-hmm.
And that helps people feel more comfortable and less vulnerable.
Yeah.
If they're covered.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually, yeah, that's what I did this morning and it was really effective. I felt like, so I agree with you. That's a great thing to do. Jasmine says, why not the left side? Because now this isn't true for everybody. Some people's stomach is on the opposite side. I'm sure you guys know that some people's internal organs don't look the same way the textbooks say. But for most of us, the way that the crook is in the esophagus, where the esophagus meets the stomach, in that area, if you lay on your left-hand side, you can get acid reflux. If you lay on your right-hand side, you don't. So for most of us. Any other questions, comments about practice? Any thoughts or comments about the singing bowls?
Michelle, I was just wondering, did you have bowls or chimes playing the entire practice?
No, only at the end.
Okay, I was just curious because my dog started barking like partway in, and then I was like, I can't hear anything. So then I was like, well, did I lose you at some point? The other thing I was just going to comment on is for some reason I missed the first cueing about going into restorative tree pose. And so when we went to the second side, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we're supposed to have our leg in a different, because it's hard to see on the camera, but because I missed that. So then I just did Shavasana for 20 minutes and then I switched it out and just went into reclined butterfly. So I just kind of threw in a modification. So at least I was kind of balanced for the remainder of it. But anyways, it was just a comment that I was like, oh, I totally missed a whole side. So
no, it's interesting working with a big group like this on restorative or in restorative specifically, because almost everybody had their camera off at one point. And so you don't really know what's going on. I think when I
when I teach in a smaller group, like a regular drop-in class, even when it's online, I really encourage people to have their cameras on, because then you can see what's going on with them. You can see if they're fidgety, you can be looking for those types of things. The whole Zoom restorative yin trauma-informed thing is just really challenging because there's so many barriers to connection. So I appreciate y'all's participation, but definitely this is a real thing for sure. All right, any other questions, comments, thoughts?
She had a question in the comment. She said, is that the case with the yin practice to lay on the right side?
So with yin, well, you would want to, if you're laying on either side, right or left, if you're doing it, because I had actually thought about doing like a supported, like side laying thing, and then I decided not to because of the acid reflux. And it doesn't affect everybody, but it does affect some people. But if I was going to do a side thing with like a bolster between the legs, like resting on the side, we would do it one side, and then the other, we would do both sides. Does that answer your question, Chi? Awesome. Okay. Great. Well, let's go back in and get back into it. All righty. So, all righty. All right. All right. So, processing somatic trauma in group settings, the body reacts to our nervous system's perception of stress and the muscles hold. So it's an unconscious holding, right? This holding creates patterns in the body of ama, undigested prana, and the energy can't flow properly. The first step in noticing the correlation between judgment and of self and body reaction, that's really where the key is for like working through this trauma that's somatically held. So the next step is to use practices to help us complete the cycle. So if you need to run, then sitting in stillness while acknowledging the feelings and applying compassionate self-forgiveness might be a wonderful tool. If you're frozen in time, it might be beneficial for you to put forth effort while acknowledging the opposite judgment. So rituals coupled with yogic practices can provide clients with grounding practices that anchor them into the present moment. So a lot of times with trauma, it's really about this idea of coming back to the present moment, because when we get sucked or activated, so we get brought back to that sensation of trauma, brought back to that sensation, those judgments, then we have to come back to the present moment to learn how to use these tools to self-regulate. Pratipakshibhavana, the comparison of opposites, is a wonderful tool to use to neutralize polarity and ground into the present moment. Anytime we are in our perception of reality, we are in the thinking mind and drawing from past experiences or future fears, looking at what we're doing and doing the opposite as it relates to the way you're processing and holding in the body can provide integration. So I think that's the big thing that I want to touch base on right now is integration versus, okay, I guess I'll say it like this, integration versus processing, right? So when we work with a therapist and we're processing through trauma, right? There's a lot of like verbal processing, making sense of what's happening, like dispelling any cognitive dissonance between what happened and what we believe should have happened, or what we believe, I don't know, what we believe versus what should have or what did happen rather. And so processing trauma is an important part, but that's not our job as a yoga teacher, and it's not our job as a yoga therapist to process through trauma. But what I look for as both a yoga teacher and a yoga therapist are opportunities for integration. So integration is when I can be with that sensation as it is without reacting to it, right? So when we talked earlier about, like feeling a feeling in the body and saying, not right now, that is great. And that is totally acceptable. And like I said, there's many different theories and thoughts on the way that we process and work through trauma in the body. When I'm working with someone and I'm working with them to integrate trauma, I'm trying to get them back to a relationship with their experience and wholeness, if that makes sense, right? So when I'm processing trauma, right, I'm working with this idea that there's separation, and I have to somehow talk it through, work it out until I can make sense of that perception of separation. But when I'm integrating, I'm not doing that. That's a different process. That's a cognitive process. When I'm integrating, I'm acknowledging the sensations, the thoughts, the feelings, the memories, right? Even the behaviors that have been in my experience. And I'm acknowledging them without a reaction, right? An attachment or an aversion. And I'm allowing them to integrate into the felt sense of being in my body. Does that make sense? Is that difference clear? So there are many theories about trauma and how it is stored in the body. Dr. Levine and Dr. Miller are the two teachers that I work with the most. Dr. Richard Miller, I work with in person. Dr. Levine, I've studied a lot of his research and a lot of his techniques. Both are, excellent resources if you're interested in diving deeper into trauma-informed practices, but also into trauma in the body and integration. Both of these teachers are really about integration and wholeness and creating, completing the experience, right? And so again, like we can in our experience have separation, and there's nothing wrong with that separation. I had an experience. I don't want to think about that experience right now. It's a traumatic experience. I don't want to go back to it. I'm not ready. That's okay. At some point, we might become ready. And when we become ready to really integrate that experience, we are creating a space and using these yogic practices to even create a little ritual around the I guess, coupling of the experience that we had and the sensations and judgments and emotions that go with that. We have to have some sort of like knitting together of these experiences. So we saw this video yesterday. I'm not going to replay it again, but we are going to watch a video today. Well, I don't know if we're going to get to it today. We're probably going to watch it tomorrow because I don't want to start it and stop it, where we are looking at specific techniques and tactics, ways to create integration in the body. And this is what we're going to be watching tomorrow is this this somatic practices video that talks a little bit about these integrative tools. Now, what's interesting to me is when I was previewing this video to share with you guys is that a lot of what they're talking about are actually yogic practices, either pranayamas or kriyas or mindfulness practices that we're using all the time. But it's so interesting to me how just depending on the different lens, are you looking at it through the clinical lens, or are you looking at it through the yoga therapy lens? That's what makes a difference on how we talk about it, on how we experience it as well. So has anything come up for you guys? Anything that you would like to check in on or discuss
Basically, today was a really excellent example of what it would look like to work with various practices in a clinical setting, in a group, with a group of people where maybe not everybody knows about each other's shared traumas, right? That's a key indication that is different, right? Is that if we're working one-on-one with somebody, I am familiar, probably most likely, with what they're dealing with, at least on a superficial level, right? If it's a trauma around abuse or neglect, I'm probably privy to that. If it's a trauma around, addiction, something like that, I'm probably privy to it if I'm working with them one-on-one. But if I'm working in a group, I may know what's coming up for these people. I may know why they're here, why they're in this clinical setting, but their peers might not know. And it's not something that I want to create a lot of conversation around, but rather I'm really there to teach the tools and to talk about why these things work and to give them examples and experiences where they can practice using the tools. Thoughts?
I've just really connected with hearing. It's just so cool to see the physical, the nervous plexes, and hear people talk about the physical manifestation of that. And no matter what the traumas are, we all experience that physical manifestation because the body processes it in similar ways. And so if I can't relate to the trauma, what I can remember is I can relate to the physical experience. So that's really what I'm taking away from it, is that we don't necessarily have to have the same traumas to help each other walk through the experience of trauma.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Anita says, can you give an example of how you would share those tools in a group setting without exposing the individual student? So similarly to the way that we've done today, right? So we've sort of talked about like sometimes students, clients, patients, whatever you want to call them. And just to be clear, if you are a yoga teacher and you're working in a clinical setting, you'll call them patients because the clinicians will be calling them patients. But if you're working as a yoga teacher privately, or even a yoga therapist privately, you'll call them clients, right? So there's just a little bit different terminology, same thing. But just like we've been doing here, right? So earlier today, several people asked questions. Anita asked some questions. Michaela asked some questions. We had questions from Latoya. There were lots of people asking questions that were really specific to their situation. We didn't really go into the trauma or the conflict or anything like that, but we talked about like different adaptations, modifications, how we could use those, like those tools, right? So at one point we talked a little bit about like, what is discernment? Discernment is like objectivity, right? I'm not attached to it. I'm not averted to it, right? If I can pull back away from the attachment and the aversion, then I can look at the thing, the experience objectively, the relationship objectively, and I can discern how I move forward in that relationship, also by making sure that I am creating appropriate boundaries and fortifying my own self, right? Like identifying any judgments, etc. We talked earlier about, how the traumas that we experience cause judgments to occur, right? We judge ourselves, we judge others, and then that judgment perpetuates this misunderstanding of separation. So now we're continuing to perceive ourselves as separate. Now we're in a group setting, maybe there's 10 of you guys here and everybody has different traumas, right? And everybody perceives themselves to be separate. Why? Because their trauma is the worst trauma. That's how this works, right? We all sort of internalize it that way, right? And so in holding the space for people, you sort of say, oh, people will say things, it's not such a benign container that people won't say things when you're in clinical settings, but they might say,
that's something that I'm working with. I'm working with this particular part of eating recovery, or that's something I'm working with. I'm working with this particular issue in recovery, like, you know, drug and alcohol recovery. And rather than getting into their story, I can say, okay, well, the next time that you feel the need to engage in this behavior, right, can you think of the opposite? A good example is eating recovery, because I've done so much work there. And so like they would say, I just want to run. I always got them after lunch. I don't know why we do movement after lunch, but that was how it was. So I always got them after lunch and they'd be like, I want to run. I want to go. I want to just run. And you could see like physically they were like trying, like moving in their seat. And I'm like, well, what would it be to sit? What would it be like to acknowledge what's coming up for you? You know, and is it possible that there's some part of you that you have judged? Can you forgive yourself for judging that part of you? And then, you know, obviously like yoga nidra and stuff like that, again, being very cautious of languaging, very contained in the way that we speak, that we hold the space for people, you know, not projecting my own BS onto people. You know, I mean, you guys know that I'm a big non-dual person, that's the way that I like to practice, right? But when I'm in eating recovery, or I'm working in behavioral health, or even when I'm working in cardiac, I don't project that. You know, like they might say, this is horrible, this is the worst thing ever, blah, 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 blah. I'll say something like, can you recognize that it's not permanent? But if I was talking to myself or somebody that I was coaching or somebody that I was working with one-on-one that I knew had similar values to me, I might handle that differently. I might say, why is it bad? Does that make sense? So like, yeah, I think I answered your question, Nina. Any other thoughts, comments? Anybody have a challenging time with the material today? Michaela, are you saying you did have a challenging time with today?
Well, yes and no. I mean, the practice is more than the material itself, but it's not a bad challenge. It's like stellar. Let me sit with that. You know, during this morning's practice, I did a lot of compassionate self-forgiveness because I was spending more time, you know, pulling out my bolsters and blocks and like figuring out how to, you know, prop up my bad hip and like, so yeah, it was super challenging, but I think that's great, especially talking about trauma-informed. It gives me as a teacher more information on how I can support folks.
Sure. Sure. And Michaela, I think that's a really good thing to note, and a challenge, a significant challenge to working with people online in a trauma-informed way is, you know, when we can't see everybody, and not everybody wants to be seen in a yoga practice, right? We can acknowledge that some people want to turn their cameras off, and I want to give people the space to do that. But when I can't see people, you know, it becomes very challenging for me as the teacher to hold space. You know, and it can bring up other things for the student, right? It can bring up student, you know, things like insecurities in the student, or it can even make the student feel like, oh, well, you know, like I'm not being helped. Here we are again, I'm not being helped, you know? Even, does that make sense? Even though it's not like the teacher's not helping, it's just, it's such a disconnect. I mean, there've been some really great things about online and Zoom and connecting in this way, and I'm gonna acknowledge the pandemic for what it has given us, but at the same time, it's also shown me what a handicap it is to be in a situation where we can't be physically in the same presence with our students, because then I don't have eyes on everyone, which again, it can be quite comforting sometimes, right? Because sometimes we're, you know, like, oh, a little teary and we don't want the whole class to know. And it's nice I can turn off my camera and just sort of dissolve. But is that really like helping me to be with the trauma that's making me feel like I need to dissolve? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And I know for me, it was like, because I had that thought too about the issue with the cameras, and I I had this whole conversation with myself during yin this morning about how, you know, going to a public class, I may not know everybody, but there's like this shared vulnerability as opposed to digital, and especially in the pandemic, right? Everybody is already living through shared trauma. It's like one more step to have to be vulnerable in a new way, and especially knowing that for so many folks, dealing with how your body is adapting to quarantine and pandemic, and then still trying to like, so I was having this whole conversation with myself about, oh yeah, no, I see that, I recognize that, I forgive myself for buying into the idea that my body is less worthy now than it was before. Like, so that was my yin practice this morning. So when I say it was challenging, I mean, it wasn't a bad challenge, and I'm glad that I had those tools to be able to continue the practice.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's really informative for me as a teacher.
Cool. Yeah, I do think, I mean, and I've said it from the very beginning, compassionate self-forgiveness is one of those things that I teach in almost every class on some level, like even, you know, in a vinyasa class, sometimes I'll be at the end of the class, I'll be like, you know, I might say something like, you know, getting everybody to acknowledge, you know, like say your name and say, I love you, say your name and say you are supported, say your name and say, you know, you are appreciated. And then I'll bring them up and I'll be like, you know, in sort of my closeout, I don't do a lot of Dharma talks, right? But in my closeout, I'll say something to the effect of, you know, forgive yourself for buying into the idea that you are not supported. Forgive yourself for buying into the idea that your love isn't enough, right? Because I mean, like, well, first of all, how many times do we tell ourselves that we are loved? That I love myself. How many times have you said your name and said, I love you in the last week? Yeah. And how many times have you said you are supported, right? And then flipped that script by saying, forgive yourself for buying into the idea that you're not. Because if we're not having that dialogue with ourselves, then perhaps, just perhaps, I'll throw it out there for food for thought, perhaps we don't believe that we are. Yeah, really great. And I think that's great. You know, some people it really is, and some people it is not a part of their practice. And, you know, some things have really come to light for me in the last 6 months or so, just with the ways that we teach and train ourselves, even from a very young age, in different societal structures and, you know, these different like areas of our life. And I think women especially, you know, it's maybe men too from a different perspective. I'm sure men too. I know my husband sometimes feels unloved and unappreciated. You know, I know that my children sometimes feel like they're unsupported, you know, like, but giving people these tools to remind themselves that it's just like a misunderstanding, you know, can be really helpful. We receive what we believe. That's my new bumper sticker these days. So, you know, if we believe that we are loved, if we believe that we are supported, if we believe that we are whole, just as we are, then we will receive that. If we don't, we won't. So part of the trauma-informed process is rewriting those narratives. Yeah. Any other thoughts, feelings, any other comments? I know that some people on the call this week have found this to be a challenging experience, you know, and I've been pacing you guys pretty slowly, you know, so, but I do know that it can be very challenging. So don't hesitate to reach out if you have, you know, anything you want to check in on, if there's anything I can do to support you. So tomorrow we're going to be starting with a vinyasa practice in the morning. So go easy on the breakfast tacos, guys. And we're going to pretend that I've been working with you guys for a long time, several weeks, and I'm going to be more overt in the way I use some of these tools to bring you to awarenesses about different things going on in your body. So, you know, there's one of two ways you can play this tomorrow. You can observe and you can just sort of write down cues or note things that you watch, you know, that we're doing, or you can practice and really let your own material sort of come up and use the tools and see what happens. But we will be starting at 9 a.m. with practice, and then going into pranayama and meditation and then lecture. And again, tomorrow I will be showing this video with Dr. Levine, and it's about 45 minutes long. There's a lot of conversation around the pandemic. Okay, so it's a relatively new video. It was just part of a summit that he did with a bunch of other clinical psychotherapists. And I think it just really has a lot of great like regulating tools that we can add to our toolkit. And what's really important about it for me is that you guys see the crossover in the clinical tools that are used and what we give you from like yoga sutras, like from tantra yoga, from the traditions of yoga and mindfulness. They overlap seamlessly. So what the idea is that you guys will get the language, then the tools, and see the different ways they're presented depending on, are we in a clinical setting, are we in a yoga studio or a yoga therapy setting? And then you'll be able to be more ambidextrous with the way you talk about things, because that's one of the things that has been really like a key point in my success in clinical settings, is that I can talk about it with both lingo, right? I can talk about, you know, how the, how like progressive muscle relaxation or autogenics, you know, affects the, you know, peripheral nervous system, and how we can use that to down-regulate the sympathetic nervous system and uptick the parasympathetic nervous system. I can go either way, whether I'm talking to a yogi, yoga teacher, yoga therapist, or whether I'm talking to a physician or a cardiac nurse, right? And so that's one of the things that I want you guys to pick up on tomorrow. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm going to stick around for a couple minutes. If you guys are ready to hop off for the day, feel free, get a couple minutes, get a couple minutes extra. But I appreciate you guys being here today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Michelle, can I ask you a question? It's taken me forever to find the raise. There it is. There's the raise hand. I just found it. This is on topic, off topic. You demonstrated a technique in the 200-hour video for neck release, where you rub the thumb and around the ear. Fabulous. It is like, I have neck issues, and it's cranial sacral for me. Like, I release my neck and my hips go, oh, thank you. Where do I learn more about that? Are you going to teach more about that kind of fascia release, or is there a book I can buy or a video I can watch? Because I haven't seen you demonstrate anything like that other than that particular video, but I haven't watched all your videos.
Well, that is the Yogi Jedi mind trick for the neck release, and it's like, we used to laugh about it in yoga therapy training because it's such a good party trick. Like, people can get like 2 inches extra.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. What we have on the docket, somebody, one of the lead trainers has asked to lead a myofascial weekend. So if you guys are interested in doing a weekend on myofascial release, we can certainly get that on the schedule.
Well, yes, that would be wonderful. I loved it because you didn't have to use the balls. You didn't have to roll around on the floor. You know what I mean? It's something you could do at your desk. Like, you can just, and it got my mind thinking, if you can do that for the neck, there's got to be a way to do that for the hips.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm like, ooh, what do I rub?
Right now, you can take the block, you can take a cork block and put it underneath your sacrum like you're in supported bridge, and then take figure 4. Okay, so you've got figure 4, right ankle over left thigh, right? And then you can like point your knee down, and the edge of the block will hit like right here on this, like, I don't know if it's an insertion or if it's an origin point. It's probably an origin, but right here on the upper iliac bone, and that helps. And then if you're in that posture and you extend your bent knee long, so your left leg, in this case, my right ankle's over my left thigh, that releases the psoas when my hips are up like that. So that can be a really good one. But yeah, we can look at getting that on the schedule.
Lovely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Michelle, I was also going to ask, since Tina asked that question, a while ago on your schedule, you guys had the yoga for athletes. And just because I'm also a personal trainer and a fitness instructor, so I like to really encompass all of that within what I teach and my belief pattern of where I'm at on course for that. But I'm wondering if you guys are going to have that.
Well, we had a change in staffing, which is why we pulled it. Let me see what we got going on here.
And I think it's really filling up in your weeks.
Yeah, we are really got a lot going on.
I mean, super great, but I was like, but I want athlete or yoga for athletes.
Oh, I'm sure we can get it on the schedule, and if not here, I'm sure we can get it someplace. But yeah, let me look into it and see what we can do.
Awesome. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for the great day.
You're welcome. Have a great evening. Anybody else have anything they want to touch base on before I close out today?
Michelle, I'm sorry. Sorry, Tina.
Go.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I'll be about 5 minutes late tomorrow. Will I still be able to get on?
Yeah, Tara will be letting people in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jamie, no problem.
Would it be to my benefit to check out mindfulness coaching? Have you added since last week?
Did you go through all of it?
I think I did, but that since the last time you added, did you get in there sometimes and like, oh my gosh, she's been busy?
I think Tara's just cleaning it up. Tara Reyna's just cleaning it up.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
check it out, but I just didn't know if you had put anything recently, new videos or something I should check out for class.
I think tonight we're gonna just sort of regroup and see where everybody is.
Right on.
Awesome, guys. Well, if you guys are all done, then I will let you guys go.
Thank you, Michelle. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye. And Jenny, the mindfulness coaching program is an awesome, awesome coaching program that I just released a little while ago, like maybe a couple weeks ago. And it's pretty cool. It's I don't know exactly what you want me to tell you about it, but I can answer any questions you have about it.
I was just curious about it. I had read your description and it looked like it also leaned a little bit on compassionate self-forgiveness, which I think is always a good thing. Yeah.
We have two of them. We have one for people who want to use it to coach people, and we have one for people who want self-coaching. So the one for people who want self-coaching is really reasonably priced. I mean, it's like designed for you to take yourself through a coaching process. All of my stuff has compassionate self-forgiveness in it. The coaching thing is a little bit different. There's a little different process that we follow to get through it. And yeah, it's just, it's a really great program, but there's two. There's one if you want to actually coach people and call yourself a coach, or if you're in yoga therapy and you're like, I want to add that, because it's the one thing that I use when I do yoga therapy with people that we don't really teach people how to do, which is another reason why I wanted to add it. Because we keep getting, I don't mind it, you know, but there's like, we have a ton of yoga therapists, and yoga therapy is like free for anybody. I mean, it's donation based, but it's, you know, it's basically free for anybody in training, right? And we're about to start a yoga therapy clinic. Nobody will go to anybody but me. And so I'm like, we gotta like get people to go to other people. Well, the reason nobody wants to go to anybody else but me is because of the way I coach, I think. Because it's, I mean, would you say so? Yeah, it's the way I coach, I think. And so, yeah, it's the yoga therapy is great. And I think our program is awesome, but that coaching piece is really important. So we decided to create a standalone product that a yoga teacher could buy and still be able to work with clients in a coaching capacity, or, you know, you could take it in the self-coaching capacity and just work through your own material, your own stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm super proud of it too. I gotta say, it's pretty awesome. I'm proud of the three ones that I just created. I created mindfulness coaching, self-coaching, and an entrepreneur training. The entrepreneur training is pretty darn amazing too, and I'm about to release a meditation level 1. So yeah.
You're doing it.
Huh?
You're doing it.
I go through these creative spurts. I swear it's not mania. I leave the office at 5. Like, I don't stay at work all night, but I'll just go through these spurts where I'm like, okay, I got to create. Part of it too, since you guys have stuck around, I'll just tell you, part of it is when all of this stuff happened with Yoga Alliance saying, okay, we're going to extend everything through 2021. I was, before they even gave us the new regulations they wanted us to follow, I was like, I'm sick and tired of selling a third party. I'm just sick of it. And so I was like, I just have to create some other
options so that our backbone isn't yoga teacher training. Like we've got to have multiple other things so that we're not just relying on this one product, right? Which we never were. We had other things, but so I created these three, and then I'm doing meditation level 1, and Deb is doing meditation level 2 with sound healing. And so that's like, those are like basically like a 200, 300 for meditation.
Wow.
And we just decided that, and then I'm going to do a mindful parenting one. And then I'm going to do something called like something for kids specifically. And basically I have to finish all of these. Well, I wanted to finish a certain number of them or certain group of them before Christmas, right? But then I wanted to finish like the mindful parenting and then the mindful kids training before our app launches. So we're launching our app in February. And when we launch the app, the idea is that you could like subscribe to different programs. And so there will be like a handful, not a lot of them, but a handful that are like subscription-based programs, like maybe like a meditation program, a mindfulness kids program, something like that. And by the time February runs around, I'm a parent of 3. Every parent is going to be like, give me something to give my kids to get them to stop going bonkers, right? And so that was also, I mean, I'm sort of calculating the risk based on my own issues at home. It's like, you got to get something out there by the time we launch that app that is like it feeds into. So parents can benefit, kids can benefit from it, and feeds into each other.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That makes a lot of
Michelle,
sense.
did I hear you say that we could add the coaching one to yoga therapy?
Yes.
Might you please say more about that? And please stop giving me things to learn.
The coaching one, like I said, it's really, really, really great. I mean, it's because the way I've broken it out, I broke it into 3 sections. So the first section, you have to like coach yourself. You have to learn how to coach yourself. And it's so funny because everybody in the pilot had been through my 200 and 300 hour training. They all know compassionate self-forgiveness. This isn't new to them, right? And so I talked to them and I'm like, okay, so you did this. Now, do you do this all the time? Nope. Right? Okay. So, and it was sort of funny because like at one point we were like 4 weeks in, and one of the girls or women, she said, so you mean we just keep doing this over and over again? And I'm like, yeah. And then like 2 weeks later, she was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm like, yeah. So there is a little bit of a process to it. And I call things, so I break it down so that basically, you know, we teach like the fundamentals of non-duality, right? And then we teach, you know, this idea that we're all beings and an experience. And then we teach the compassionate self-forgiveness, right? And then we're constantly looking at, okay, well, what is my deepest desire? So now that's where it goes into coaching, right? Because I can use that stuff all day long, but if I'm still like, wah, wah, I'm going to be serving tables for the rest of my life, you know, and I've bought into that story, right? I'm not going to go anywhere, right? I'm just going to continue to do that because that's what I bought into. We receive what we believe, like wholeheartedly, 100%, right? So I get people to identify what is their deepest desire. Right? I don't care if your deepest desire is to buy an island. I don't care if your deepest desire is to know yourself, right? Both of them are valid. And that's what I basically say to people. It doesn't matter what it is, right? So now we've got your deepest desire. What are the obstacles that are keeping you from living a life in your deepest desire? And I call those activators. And so basically we have to identify the activators. So, you know, you might say, oh, well, the activator is that I don't have, you know, X clients, or I don't have X network, or every time somebody says this thing to me, I react this way and I keep losing relationships and networks because of that. You know, who knows what it is, Michaela? It could be anything, right?
And so, but we need to identify the activator, because if we don't identify the activator, we just keep looping, right? And then we identify the activator and we say, okay, when that activator comes into your experience, rather than reacting to that activator, can you stop? And can you apply compassionate self-forgiveness, right? And what we do through the coaching process is most people, they can't do that overnight, right? So the first step is developing like goals, right? So I've got you to tell me what your deepest desire is. We now know what your activators are. Now let's set some goals for you. The first goal I'm going to give you is I want you to notice when your activator arrives. I don't care if you react. I just want you to notice. So the next week I see them and I say, so hey, did you notice when that activator arrives? And they're like, yep. But I'm like, awesome. We just benchmarked that goal. Does that make sense? So it's like we're climbing the little ladder, you know? And then, okay, so next week I want you to work on this goal. The goal this week is I want you to, when you notice the activator, I want you to stop right then, forgive yourself for the judgment, right? And then you can say whatever you want to this person, right? Okay, maybe it takes them 2-3 weeks to get that, right? And then now we've benchmarked that. And then the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Anyway, long story short, it's like, it hasn't failed me once in all of the years I've been doing this. And I mean, it's not like I've been doing this for so long, but I've been doing it on myself, and I've been teaching my kids, and I've been teaching students, and I've been working with people in yoga therapy. And seriously, it hasn't failed once. Now, I will tell you, since we're all here and we've just been doing trauma informed, there are some people that I work with that have significant trauma, and like every couple of sessions, it's like everything has fallen apart. Like not like a little bit fallen apart. Like I'm just sitting there listening to them raise their voice in a very loud way about how the world is unfair and how everything is out to get them. Like that's a real thing, right? So you have to know that when you're working with people who have trauma, like things, sometimes an activator will hit and it'll be, you might have like walked up 10 stairs and it brings you all the way back down to the basement. And then you've just gotta like be with it, right? So I think it is the link in our programming that really brings it all together if you're wanting to do the type of stuff that I do. It's a little bit like CBT, except for CBT, well, it's very, so compassionate self-forgiveness is very similar to CBT skills practice. So I just facilitate it a little bit differently, and it's always the same thing. And I use a very benign formula. So I'm not like having to reinvent the wheel. And I think I told you guys today that the place I learned it from, they actually said they had like worksheets. And in one of the worksheets, it was like, are you ready to take responsibility for your part in it? And I'm like, that's not gonna work when you're dealing with trauma, right? I mean, this one person that, I mean, I have lots of people in my life that I'm working through trauma. Like, you know, we're all working through trauma on some level. But this particular client, it's like, they really get very, very, very stuck. And so giving them tools to come back. And so what I've noticed is working with this particular client is that I have to orient them. When they go down the spiral, like there's no, like then coaching hat comes off and now I'm just back to orienting. And I'm like, because there's nothing, I can't say that you're whole and complete, you're exactly as you are, when you really believe that you have nothing and that you've worked your whole life and you have nothing, you know?
So for those of us on the applied path, where would this fit in on the journey?
I mean, I think that it's one of those things that you could do like easily any sort of time. Like it's not a real time. It's not the same as applied in terms of time commitment. Have you gotten to the applied stuff yet?
No, we're on, we just finished yin, kind of.
Okay, so not to scare you, but let me show you. So.
Oh, I looked. No, I know. See, but I'm on the pathway of I have to teach for a year, so I'm in no rush.
Yeah.
I can't start module 2 until next year anyways, so.
So, I mean, I think that so I would say that the coaching could really fall in anywhere, Michaela, and it's like, you could do it like, you could do one lesson a week, you know, and integrate it into your practice of, you know, completing the applied training. So yeah, you could, you could definitely do that. And I'm all about, like, especially now that I'm trying to launch this specialist thing, Michaela, like, I'm all about work trade. So, and we don't have a lot of work right now with My Vinyasa Practice. So it's like, if we can, honestly, so here's what's coming up for me around the yoga specialist thing is, we have so many teachers, like I've seriously thought, well, maybe we should just do like a virtual co-op, you know, with this yoga specialist thing. Like maybe we get people over there, you know, we had talked about it. I think you and I had talked briefly about, you know, like having like classes. Did you and I talk about that?
Briefly.
Yeah, and then like, you know, having them be accessible by everybody, but you know, people can donate knowing that the donations are going 100% to the teachers. The idea, I think we would have to have somebody that organizes it. It's a lot of work to organize an online studio. Julia does a lot. So we would need somebody to do that, but I just think $75 a year is such a low price point that if we offer all of these things, like we've already set up like group coaching. And so now there's tons of people that are coming in asking if they can, you know, highlight themselves as a, like as a marketing professional or like a consultant or whatever. And their prices are really reasonable. And I mean, I'm sure people are going to want to build their business and their brand, and I think there's so much that we can do. So yeah, totally open for all things.
Yeah. I mean, we have like half of our study group here right now. So no, oh my God, this is our study group. We're missing like what, 2? That's so funny.
So yeah, so there's tons of, you know, in fact, I was actually thinking, I'm thinking about going ahead and just posting in like both of the boards. So basically saying, hey guys, this new thing is up and running and, you know, we'd love for you guys to be a part of it. I guess I've just never done anything like this. I've never done like a organization. I mean, like we give away everything and the kitchen sink at MVP. Like we really do. And so like creating another organization that's not designed to really make money, but it's designed to make jobs is an interesting experience, you know, like because I need enough money to pay people to do the jobs, but I've never asked anybody to do pay to play before. You know, I've never asked somebody to say, hey, be a part of my organization and, you know, give me $75 a year. So I'm sort of working with my own inner material around it, I think.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, that's like the organization I run. It's run by volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
Still pay membership dues. Like it's an interesting beast.
Well, and even Yoga Alliance has run into that a little bit because they're so lean, you know, that they have very few employees and they really, I mean, even right now with this whole community that they're trying to create. Have you guys seen it? Like if you go to the community and LaToya, you see who's number one with the points. Yeah, because I don't let anybody else play. So competitive by nature. It's like really, really, really funny. And I got really mad at them. I got
I was like in tears mad at them. I think Michaela was on like the office hours that day. I was so mad at Yoga Alliance for like gamifying this thing and like creating community with like gamifying undertones. But then I bought into it, hook, line, and sinker, and I started like, well, he's not going to get ahead of me. Where is this coming from? It's my material.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can tell you there are probably like 4 or 5 of us who are going to jump on the coaching ship. So,
Well, we'll take you. We'll take you. We love it.
I would love to.
Honestly, seriously, like I'm all about whatever I can do to make it accessible for you guys, because these things are going to be what is required for us to get any sort of real change happening. Like we have got to, and I've talked about it a couple of times. I talked about it yesterday too. It's like, we have to be willing to like really and truly like own our own material and like forgive ourselves for buying into those narratives, and then invite a new narrative, right? And so what is that new narrative? That's my deepest desire, right? My deepest desire. And what keeps me from that? Oh, this misperception of separation. So. All righty. Well, I am going to let you guys have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. I'm going to get ready for my next call this evening.